the second year, I would quietly be able to slip into a BSc degree in mathematics. That didn't happen. They refused to allow me to study mathematics. So I worked for another year, and it's because of that I went overseas to go and study further.
And then you said that you met several ANC members while you were overseas.
Yes, I became quite friendly with members of the ANC, but I was very careful not to associate myself publicly with either the ANC or the anti-apartheid movement, because I always had in my mind that I would come back to South Africa. I knew at that time that the special branch was very active all over. If I had publicly associated myself with the ANC, I would have difficulty when I came back to South Africa.
And then when did you eventually return?
I finally came back at the end of 1975. And in 1976, I got a job as a teacher at Salt River High School.
And that's where you met one Rashid Imam.
Yes, I had the good fortune to have Rashid Umar as one of my people.
And at that stage as well.
Very active. And but in the course of time, the students organized, but I still consider to be one of the most amazing marches in the history of Cape Town. In 1976, in the midst of the repression, the students of Salt River High School organized a march from Salt River right down the main road, right into Cape Town, to the parade and to the post office, what was then the post office. We were stopped at the post office. The teachers did not take part in the march, but drove alongside the students all the time. When we arrived at the post office, the police unleashed all their hatred against the students, and they flooded the area with tear gas. Students were beaten up and tear gas the whole afternoon. It's a miracle that we were able to get all of them back to the school thereafter. On that day, as far as I can remember, none of our students were arrested. After that, a few weeks after that, I believe, about 10 students who formed the core of that, what I suppose now we call the SRC, were arrested at our school.
And then you arranged, but throughout this time, you were assisting with getting funding for students who were involved in political activity.
Yes, during 1976, there were a number of teachers who were from areas like Bonfield, Retreat, Hatfield, and so on. A few of us had got together to work for the defense of the students that had been arrested throughout that year. So teachers would give us the list of the names of students that had been arrested or were appearing in court. This group of teachers, we were a very informal group and had no specific name at that time. We would go to perhaps one of the best sons of Cape Town, Haron, to take the names of the people who had been arrested and detained and so on. And Dala would arrange the lawyers who would then go to the various courts to defend this. I would like to believe that grouping of lawyers eventually became other. So that's what we were doing.
And then, all the activity, you were arrested.
Yes, I was arrested on the 10th of November in 1976. I think about 3 or 4 policemen raided the house very early one morning, and that included this infamous Baker Van Dyke. They searched the house quite thoroughly, They were very excited when they found two lists in my house. One was a list of books, and the other was a list of names. What excited the policeman was that it was a list from Bantu Nama. So the list of books was very stupidly by me kept. It was a list of Marxist literature, books which I had left in London. I'm not sure what possessed me to bring the list. Back I was hoping I suppose at one stage that someone would
during the
get
break.
it sent to me.
Quickly.
The other list was a list of names of people who had been detained or injured and in hospital. And the coincidence, Your Lordship, is that that list was given to me by Robert Wilcox's sister, who gave evidence yesterday. Robert Wilcox's sister had been banned when Robert was banned as well. But she gave me that list. When the police detained me, as I said, they were really excited because they found a list of names. And they wanted to know whose names they were and where I got the list of names from. That was the difficulty of my detention. I dare not give the name of the person who gave me the list because she came from a family where her brother was still in prison. She had been banned, and I think she was, I'm not sure, I think she got it off a nurse. The group of teachers that I spoke about, we were the people who collected the names of all the people who were arrested. And that's how she gave me that list.
And you interrogated by Speaker Van Dijk and Annelies Van Dijk, who wants this information.
Yes, I was, I'm not sure that I was interrogated on the first day. I can't remember that. I can't remember the 43 days very well. But I have a very good general idea of that. So I was initially interrogated by Speaker Van Dijk, his brother, one other person, and another huge thug, whose name I've now forgotten. Your Lordship, we were not, many of us were not trained to face interrogation. And we had the idea that you could sit there and tell the police that you're not going to say anything. And that was my first response. When I was asked, what's my name, I refused to tell them my name. Okay, that just lasted about 5 minutes. I was given a hard smack. I was pummeled by 2 policemen with their knuckles, and then a few chops in my punches in my stomach. I remember that first day very clearly because it put the fear of God into me. And then as I bent over, they chopped me on my head. Of course, I gave my name and everything else. They wanted my address and my name. That kind of thing happened in the first week. At the same time, I think in those first weeks, I want to mention this because I want to make a point later on. The police must have got a record of me from the security branch in Johannesburg. When I was a student in Johannesburg, in Lens, I was the treasurer of the Student Relief Fund in that school. And that fund also raised money for political prisoners. So when I was being interviewed by Speaker Van Dijk, he made the point that he knew that I was a political activist from the days of my school. And I think they And as I had just come back from England, I think they imagined that they caught a big fish. There was somebody with a list of names, a list of Marxist literature, and with a previous record of being effectiveness at school. But as I had said to you earlier on, I was very careful in London not to associate with any political people publicly.
Mr. Kabir, in the first week, I think you said that the abuse was constant.
Yes, I was interrogated almost every day. I was punched and beaten about every day. And then on about the third or fourth day, they made me sit on my knees from very early in the morning until very late in the afternoon. It's a very uncomfortable thing to do. And within half an hour, you can't do it anymore. As soon as you move a bit, someone will give you a smack or beat you or something.
And the abuse was with fists? No?
With fists, then.
And on the chest,
I can't, I suppose it must have been around my body.
sorry.
If you do that for a few hours, if you do that for 2 hours, or even less, when you get up, your knees swell up, they become really big, and you can't walk at all. So what they would do every hour or every 2 hours is to make you stand up, and then immediately make you sit down again. And that was excruciatingly painful, because it was a very difficult thing to do.
Thank you, Mr. Kabir. Mr. Kabir, and then we had an incident at the stairs.
Yeah. So, my Lord, you will remember the floor we went to and the office that we could not get into when we went to Caledon Square, or Cape Town Central Police Station. I was interrogated in the office that we could not get into. After, I'm not sure exactly if it was 10 days or 2 weeks, but after some time, we came out of that corridor to walk up the staircase. The idea was that they were going to take me to a room at the top to have my photograph taken for their records. And as we came up to the first level, there were two people, Speaker van Beek and this other thug that I spoke about earlier. And what they did was to hold me like that and push me over the banister and threatened to throw me down. It was at that point that Speaker said, I can't quote him exactly, read the slowly, but this is where we killed Imam Haron. And they pointed to a place on the steps and said, this is where we killed Imam Haron.
Any time with the photographs up, Mr. Kabir, actually there were two.
There are two landings. So there's three actually. There's the one on the first floor that I came out of, then there's one in the middle, and then there's the top floor, and we didn't go and look for the office where the photographs were taken. There actually was a photographer out there, and I did go up and they did take my photograph, and then they brought me down.
And did you ever see the set of stairs where Imam Haron is alleged to have fallen?
No, I've never been to that side of the building. No, my Lord, as far as I'm concerned, and as far as I know, all the interrogations took place on the floor that I was on. Whilst I was in prison, and even though we were in solitary confinement, from time to time there were other political prisoners who were housed in the cell next to me. So I remember being in the last cell right next to the exercise room. There was on one occasion a person who I unfortunately his name I forgot, who was next to me. And so we could communicate late at night, and I gathered that he was being beaten up as well, and he was on the same floor that I was. So neither of us ever went to the other side of that block.
So, I mean, in retrospect, that those stairs, the one that you were pushed over, they were just trying to scare you. They were purely scare tactics, frighten you. Since that, we know now that Haron, well, he did not go. The stairs that you allegedly fell down on the other side.
Yeah, no, look, I'm sure that they were trying to scare me. The reality, Your Lordship, is that Speaker van Wyk was an uncivilized barbarian. And he took great pride in his cruelty. He wanted to prove to you that he could be as cruel as was humanly possible. So when they threatened to throw me over the stairs, that's what he was trying to do. He said to me, don't be too clever. I think he said words to them. This is where we killed Imam Haron. That's what he was a pure evil. That's what's Speaker van Wyk.
And they used, Mr. Haron also said they used the good cop, bad cop routine. And Speaker van Wyk obviously always bad cop, and we had a less bad cop.
Yeah, they were all bad.
Yes, but the one would Speaker would do his best, and then someone else would come in.
While the interrogation took place, they were literally all bad. When they decided that you were in a position to make a statement, they would then take you into another office, and then a person who pretended to be civilized came to interview. And so that was supposed to be a good cop.
And then Mr. Haron, after 2 weeks, they told you that you would be released.
It was about 2 or 3 weeks there. I can't remember exactly. That the process was that if you were in the prison part, you would be brought down the stairs by a warden. Then the warden would hand you over to the security police, or there was a little office as you drive into that big archway. On the right-hand side was an office. And so you would go into that office, and that's where formally the handover happened. The security police would hand you over, I beg your pardon, the prison authorities would hand you over to the police. And so the security police would pick you up there. On one occasion they took me down to this place, and then they said to me that I'm being released, and whatever belongings I had, which was basically my belt and my shoelace, I don't think I had anything else on me. I may have had a jacket or not. So they gave me my shoelace and my belt and said that they were going to release me. I was, of course, very pleased and decided that I'm just going to walk out of the prison gate. And then they stopped me and said that it was their policy, because they were so civilized, that if they had arrested you, it was their responsibility to take you back. So I should not walk. So we waited for a while and waited for a while, and then suddenly, I'm trying to picture the scene, suddenly they just changed and became completely violent and started beating me up and said they made a mistake, they're not releasing me. And then they took my shoelace again and my belt and what have you. I think they took me up to the first floor to the interrogation room, maybe a good idea, and then took me back to the prison.
And throughout this period, Mr. Babu, you were either being interrogated or left in your cell.
Yes, that's absolutely correct. That's what solitary confinement was all about.
And can you please tell the court the impact that had on you, that solitary confinement?
Well, it was an extremely difficult experience. At first, because in the beginning it's so traumatic. As a young person, of course, I read about detention and that sort of thing. But the theory is very divorced from the reality of being interrogated and in prison and beaten up. So it was a huge shock to my system. But there were periods where initially the being left alone in the cell was something of a relief because you were not being interrogated. However difficulty that was. Your Lordship, I have to mention that I have an amazing sister. In the midst of all of the repression that took place in 1976, in the middle of the night, she would drive on her own, not knowing where I am. At that stage, nobody knew where I was. The police didn't give any information about where you were, where you were being held. Right? I think I got the message out somehow that I was in Caledon Square. My sister on her own in the middle of the night. Used to come and park her car outside the prison at night. I remember the first day I heard someone shouting my name. I thought I was dreaming. And it was my sister. I've got some water. Thanks. And she did, after that, she did that on a regular basis. And what used to, it was an extremely dangerous thing to do. But it's through her that I got messages to Dala Umar. When she would come, she would stay down there, and she would say, she would make a little whistle, and I knew it was her visiting. And my life changed a little bit after that because I had some communication with her.
And then Mr. Babu said that, I think you expressed that very well, that the psychological torture was worse than the physical torture. And then they lost interest in you. And why did that happen?
So it was quite interesting. Speaker van Beek was interrogating me one day, and someone rushed into the office and whispered something to him, and then suddenly all of them jumped up and left. And I was left with another warder, and then rushed back, taken back to the prison. I discovered afterwards, and I didn't have the opportunity to thank Jeremy Cronin, but I discovered afterwards that they were responsible for putting the pamphlet bomb somewhere in Cape Town on that day. I think up until then, the police thought one of two things. That I was an ANC agent, or that I was responsible in some ways for the pamphlet bomb. When that pamphlet bomb went off and I was in the prison, I think it convinced them that I had nothing to do with it. After that, the interrogation changed quite a bit. And so they were less interested in me. I think they were more interested in finding out who the people who were exploiting the country.
And then, when did you release?
I was released on the 23rd of December. Yeah, they, again, of course, they did the usual thing. They would take you out and then they say to you, you can go, and then they come back and say, oh, they forgot you're not a Christian. They're only releasing Christians for Christmas. And take you back to the cell and bring you out and so on. But finally, I was released on that night.
And after you release, what did you do after you release?
Well, it was a great relief just to get home. I remained, I had great difficulty finding a job thereafter. I eventually, there was an amazing principal in Cape Town by the name of Yusuf Acosta. And he had a school in Retreat. He heard about me, he heard that I was a math teacher, and he offered me a job. But for months thereafter, even though I had started working, they refused to pay me and they refused to accept that I was teaching at the school. They wouldn't give permission for me to teach. But Mr. Acosta insisted and insisted and insisted. And eventually, they recognized me as a teacher and started paying me.
Mr. Abu, and we use this term, the face of evil. We are hoping to get the photographs of Secretary but we will have it at some point. Before we end, Mr. Abu, is there anything else further that you have tonight?
Yes. I was able to get my police records. But of course it was a sanitized version. They had, a lot of the stuff had been taken out of it. So the only thing that I do have is the sort of warrant for my arrest. And the document that ordered them to and everybody else. There's no need to lie like this. There's absolutely no need to lie like this. Yet there is this lie to pretend that they were treating us as human beings. You know, the irony is that they were just completely inhuman. But I want to make mention of one other incident while I was there. I was in one cell, and next to me was a comrade who his name I said I'm very sorry that I forgot him. And he was also being interrogated. And then when he came back, we were able to talk to him. And he came back and he said to me, he was completely devastated one day. I now know that it was around about the 16th or the 17th of December. Because on the 15th of December in 1976, one George Worther was thrown out of the police cell, out of the police building in Port Elizabeth. He was killed. And the person that was in the cell next to me was working with him in one other thing. I'm not sure what it was. But they blamed the man next to me. They said to him, while they were interrogating him, it's your fault that guy died. And that night the two of us had to live with that. I tried, of course, my best to persuade him that of course it wasn't his fault. But I don't think that man has ever been the same again. No, I've done it.
Thank you very much for your time. I have further questions.
Thank you. Answer? No question. Just a few questions for the short I get this sense, and I think in one of the paragraphs in your statement, you mentioned that for you, the psychological torture was actually more than the physical. Did I understand you correct?
Yes.
So we are talking about its impact and effect only as a person. And did you sustain injuries?
I've been asked that before, but it sounds a bit silly that I can't answer that question. When I went back to the cell, I was often in pain, especially when I was going to sit on my knees. But to be very honest, I can't say to you that I had bruises.
And in your statement, you talk about the impact psychologically around hope and your faith. Just help me understand that.
So, on one occasion, while they were interrogating me, one of the policemen sitting there was eating what I take to be a pork sandwich. And other policemen came in and said to them, in Afrikaans, words to the effect, this guy is a Muslim, isn't he? I will give him perform thy fat first. So he tried to force this sandwich into my mouth. Of course I resisted it. And then he tried again and I resisted it again and then he stopped. The irony, my Lord, is that I think for many prisoners, for many political prisoners, they reach a stage where they say, so far and no more. For me, that was that stage. I stopped being scared. And I didn't care. I was, up until then, in some ways, you were forced to make a statement. I made a statement. But I made a statement about people that were in London. And I said something about the people that I had met there. But it was a very vague statement. It was of no use to anybody. But after that, I made up my mind on that day that I'm not cooperating with them or anything of the sort. What happened soon thereafter, in one of the interrogation sessions, when I was becoming more stubborn, a bomb went off somewhere in Cape Town. And, well, I didn't know, but people rushed into the interrogation room and whispered things and so on and so forth. And then they ushered me back to the prison. I think that that bomb persuaded them that I was not in the group that had anything to do with the bomb. I have to thank Jeremy Cronin for that. I think it was his group that, it was one of their pamphlet bombs that went off. Thereafter, the interrogation seemed to change quite a lot. That I was not in any underground unit, neither was I in the group that were carrying out the pamphlet bombs.
Now, as a Muslim, how did the attempt to force pork into your mouth affect you? What can you say about it?
Well, it showed me, Your Lordship, that, as I said, these people were barbarians. You shouldn't think of them as normal human beings. They were completely abnormal. There were no limits to them, absolutely no limits. And I think that what that incident displayed to me was that I was dealing with a barbarian. You know, on one occasion, it was a Sunday, Speaker van Wyk had actually gone to church. Can you imagine that, a barbarian going to church? He came on that Sunday after church. He brought, I think, what was his son to the prison. to come and that was the first time they opened that other gate, to show his son what a communist looks like. So that was the kind of people that we were dealing with.
Any questions, questions for Nico?
My Lord, only to add that from the testimonies of the pathologists, the abdomen area is multi-layered and has folds, so it won't often show any bruising with regard to the abuse that Mr. Gabru suffered.
No,
Anything else?
No further questions.
Thank you.
Nothing, my lord.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Council.
My Lord, I see it's fast approaching 11 a.m. We do have a few more witnesses to call, but perhaps my Lord might wish to take the tea adjournment. My Lord, I could make use of the remaining 5 minutes to hand up one exhibit.
Maybe we can deal with it and then reserve the explanation for you.
As the court pleases. So, my Lord, you will recall from the exchanges that I had with Mr. Berger in relation to whether at Maitland the awaiting trial prisoners and detainees were allowed to wash and what washing facilities there were. We thought we would take the precaution with the kind assistance of Colonel Peterson to visit Maitland again, and so Colonel Peterson, together with an associate attorney from Weber Wenzel, Mason Samuels, proceeded there yesterday morning and spoke to the station commander, who pointed out certain washroom facilities. My Lord, essentially what they learned was that there are 3 showers in 3 of the existing cells, and that the current practice is that when detainees need to wash, if they are not already in those cells, they are brought in, allowed to wash, and then returned to their cells. The Colonel was unable to say whether those facilities were present back in 1969. He did mention, though, that it is the policy and procedure to monitor detainees when they are washing. So, my Lord, Mr. Mason Samuels has made out a short affidavit with photographs. With the leave of the court, we'd like to hand it up. It's marked F14.
Thank you. Council, do you have any issues with that?
Well, I'll take my benefit will give a copy, and then I have none, but I've not yet seen.
Lord, just on that score.
I thought, just thinking out, Mr. Patrick, I thought you would have used the opportunity when the Minister of Public Works was here to pursue the non-response to the investigating officer.
In fact, my Lord, I did jump on that opportunity with the assistance of someone, my Lord, and I did those brief engagement with the Minister, my Lord.
Okay,
Let's go, please.
thank you.
My Lord, while we are on the issue of washroom facilities, we did hear some useful evidence from Mr. Wilcox yesterday, who indicated that occasionally detainees would be escorted to a tap at which they could wash themselves, again under monitoring, and at other times they were allowed to wash in their cells. We will, of course, in our closing arguments, make submissions in due course.
I will then take the shot. 14, I'll be ready when you're ready.
As a
Thank you. stand up just to take the oath and then she may speak.
You said what's your name for the report?
Stephanie Kemp.
You said that the evidence of OCT?
That you speak up so that we are able to hear what you're saying.
As the court pleases. My Lord, before we commence, I beg the court to hand up Ms. Kemp's affidavit, which we've marked F15. Ms. Kemp, of all the witnesses we've called to the stand, I believe you've made the biggest effort to be with us today in coming down from Johannesburg. So we are very grateful on behalf of the family. I'd like to thank you for making the effort to attend court and to talk about.
My awareness of the injustice came very early. My two sisters who were older than me started school when I was at home. And I was told, we had a woman who worked in our house and she had a child my age. And I was told, yes, I could play with this child, but only in the backyard between the kitchen and his room, his mother's room. So that struck me as very unjust, and that was confirmed in everything else I saw. I never lost that sense of the country isn't okay.
So from a very early age, you acutely.
UCT in 1960, just before the Sharpeville massacre, and I studied physiotherapy.
And was it at university that you became active in political organizations?
No, I actually avoided the campus because I felt a certain hesitation about the sincerity of people. So I specifically looked for somewhere to volunteer off campus, and I found that in the...
It was while you were studying that you became connected with an underground organization. Can you talk about?
So in fact there were two organizations. I was first recruited into the South African Communist Party, which was underground, and then into what was called the African Resistance Movement, which was highly anti-communist and largely white.
And can you give me a sense of the kinds of activities you were involved with, both with the African resistance movement and the South African Communist Party?
The Communist Party was much more subdued, so we basically went to people, I went to people who were banned and therefore whose writing was illegal, and collected their written statements for a newsletter that we brought out that was not party but was in fact produced by the party. One such person was Alex Laguma, very well known and very fine, stuff like that.
And do you recall who recruited you into the ARM?
I think it was Adrian Leftwich, who was the head of the White National Union of Students.
And if we can turn to your arrest on the 11th of July 1964, what do you...
The police went to all sorts of people throughout the country. They hadn't done it in my lifetime. They just went to all sorts of people, and in Adrian's place they found some documentation that led to his detention, and within a
day, I think.
Following your arrest, where were you taken?
I was taken to Caledon Square Police Station first.
And you mentioned in your statement that you were held for some 3 months in solitary confinement at Caledon Square Police Station.
Parliament every year saying that he should continue to be detained. So you had that, and you didn't know how that resolved itself, whether that was applied to everybody or it was just for him. So it was one was very insecure about what the future held, and yes, I think that was a major thing, just not knowing what was going on.
So the stress of not knowing how you were going to be detained, whether that same clause could be invoked against you, you could be held almost on an indefinite basis, must have been mentally very stressful.
Yeah, definitely very anxiety.
Then after visitor, you mentioned that you were then taken to the cells at Maitland Police Station. You mentioned, is there anything you wish to add about Maitland?
No, I mean, Maitland is quite far away from the centre of Cape Town, and there had been detainees before me, notably Alby Sachs, whom I later married, who scrawled on the wall in the way that he does. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof.
Sorry, can you just repeat that slowly?
Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof. I think that was really helpful.
Indeed. Elegant prose. If we can turn to your interrogation, and I realise asking you to relive these experiences is not going to be easy for you. And that Captain Rousseau was the man in charge. You have outlined in your affidavit a particularly difficult period for you in detention when you were abused during an interrogation session at Caledon Square. Before I ask you to recount that experience, I want to put to you a statement you made before the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in connection with Captain Rousseau. My Lord, this extract is annexed to the affidavit. It's marked SK2. And you'll recall, Ms. Kemp, that you testified before the TRC. My Lord, it's reported in the final report of the TRC at Volume 4, Chapter 10, page 304, paragraph 5. Rousseau said he was very sorry that we had used women, but if I wanted to behave like a man, he would treat me like a man. What did you take from that statement by Captain Rousseau?
Well, I think at the time, and probably still today, women were considered weak and not as important as men. And I think that he was ambivalent about me being in his clutches because I was young, attractive, white, and a woman. I think he would have preferred a man to be sitting there.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but in his view, perhaps sexist view, you as a woman should not have been involved in political activities, and since you had chosen to do so, he was going to treat you like any man he would have treated under interrogation. Is that correct?
Yes, exactly.
And indeed, from the experiences you've recounted in your affidavit, that's precisely what transpired. So let's talk about that fateful day at Caledon Square, where you were being interrogated by Captain Rousseau and Speaker van Wyk in the early hours of one of the mornings when you were being held there. You mentioned this was about 2 a.m. in the morning. Can you pick up that story and recount it to the court, please?
Well, long interrogations seem to become the norm, and usually during that time you were made to stand. I wasn't quite aware then how prevalent it was to make detainees stand for hours and hours and hours and hours. So initially I didn't mind. I was young, I could stand. It didn't worry me too much. But it went on and on and on until it was in the middle of the night.
Were you struggling to maintain your composure while standing for so many hours?
I don't think so. I don't remember so. They didn't give me anything to eat that I remember. And eventually, yes,
Before we move on, there's also a curious reference in your statement to the fact that you were in a storeroom and not a normal office, an interrogation room. Can you think why they would wish to interrogate you in that morning in a storeroom and not an office?
Well, the offices were plentiful, so I can't believe that the offices were all being used. And they were big and spacious with very fancy office equipment there. The storeroom was out of the way and it was small, very small, and very crowded. And I think they didn't want to be heard, or didn't want me to be heard. In that particular location, they felt that if I screamed, if I yelled at them, I probably wouldn't be heard. There was also no, as far as I remember, no road outside. In some of the other offices, there was a public road outside, so you could hear cars and you could hear people walk on the pavement. Whereas a storeroom didn't have that.
So this would have been an intersection of the building?
I presume so, and certainly remote.
And certainly at 2 a.m. there wouldn't have been that many people in the building in any event to occupy all those different offices. And I can tell you, Ms. Kemp, that this isn't the first time we've heard of interrogation taking place in a storeroom, typically out of eyesight and earshot. The very same happened in relation to the interrogation of Dr. Hussein Haffajee at the Brighton Police Station in Durban. So, if we can return to the interrogation in that storeroom, can you indicate what transpired?
Well, at some point, Van Wyk said to Rousseau that he'd like to be left alone with me. And if I remember, Rousseau hesitated and then walked out. I didn't know what the implication was. There was an exchange between Van Wyk and myself about why the door was open or why the door was closed. Being open, he suggested that so that I don't come with complaints of sexual nature later on. But later on, after Rousseau left, he closed the door. And then I don't think he commented on that.
And when he closed the door, did you think, well, this was marked a turning point in the interrogation?
I don't think I did, but it certainly did.
And then what happened after he closed the door?
he still asked me several questions, and then he hit me very unexpectedly. I mean, it's the last thing I would have expected him to do to me. He hit me across my face with his flat hand, and then he grabbed my hair, which was quite long, and he pulled me to the floor, which was a wooden floor, and he banged my head on the floor until I was unconscious. I know that I was lying with my head and top of my body under a table, and when I opened my eyes, there were at least 8 pairs of shoes, shiny black shoes, in the room that I could see. So I must have been unconscious long enough for that to have played out, that he must have either called somebody or somebody walked in and then called other people, and then I was standing there looking at me. I got up onto my knees. I think they told me to sit up, and I was retching, like vomiting, and they told me to stop pretending, to stop acting, and to get up on the chair.
In your testimony before the TRC, you described that period of torture as Speaker van Wyk beating you senseless. I assume you're unable to recall, given that you lost consciousness, how many times he slapped you and how many times he beat your head against that wooden floor.
Not at all, yeah, I can't.
But with sufficient frequency and force to cause you to lose consciousness.
And to lose consciousness for long enough for these other people to call and to come into the room. The 8 shoes that I saw.
Indeed, because at that time it was simply Speaker van Wyk in the room. Rousseau had stepped out, and these other people were not present.
Yes.
And so they would have to be called in to come in and perhaps assist with the situation. So that could potentially have been several minutes, 5 to 10 minutes or thereabouts. And you say you only regained consciousness when you saw their shoes around that table, on the floor around that table.
And as to assistance, I mean, there was none. You know, I would have thought you'd call a doctor in that situation, for instance. But they didn't. Nothing happened then or afterwards, as far as my health was concerned.
Did they then attempt to force you to make out a statement?
Yes. Until then, they had been asking me to make a statement about what I'd been involved in, and I'd refused without any question. But after this was beaten up, I said I would. So I sat on a chair and they brought paper and pencil, and the statement I made was completely incoherent. They couldn't use it. So they, presumably from my head being banged on the floor, so they took me back to my cell and said they'd come, well, they said they'd come at 5 o'clock, but they didn't.
Describe your emotions in waiting to be collected at 5 a.m.
It was terrible. I mean, I can only say I've never felt such a terror. You know, I say terror is something you can't discuss with. Fear, you can talk to fear. But terror, you can't. You paralyzed with fear. So that's what I was like. I waited. They didn't come at 5. They came much later. So they used that to do what they succeeded in doing to make me very frightened.
I can only imagine what you went through this camp. So ultimately, criminal charges were laid against you. What criminal charges were they?
Well, initially it was me and I think 4 other people were charged with sabotage, which was very serious to the extent in those days that the maximum penalty was death and the minimum was 5 years. saw it in court today. Our lawyers went to deal with the state and eventually brought the charges down to belonging to an unlawful organisation, which took the sentence down to 1 year to 5 years.
But before that happened, you had to endure the prospect of possibly being faced with the death penalty. That in itself must have been incredibly stressful.
It was, and it wasn't so much as being faced with it seemed a reality. You know, this was what was going to happen.
Yes. Lord, I can confirm that Section 21 of the General Law Amendment Act, number 76 of 1962, did provide for the death penalty for acts of sabotage. If I can quote from that section, persons found guilty of the offence of sabotage to be liable on conviction to the penalties provided for by law for the offence of treason, provided that except where the death penalty is imposed, the imposition of a sentence of imprisonment for a period not less than 5 years shall be compulsory, whether or not any other penalty is also imposed. So sabotage was at the level of treason, and Ms. Kemp could potentially have faced that penalty. So you were then sentenced to 5 years, of which a period of 3 years were suspended. But I understand you were released even earlier than that.
Yes, my father went to plead with the minister. My father was a deeply white Afrikaans person with lots of history. And he went to plead with the minister, and consequently I was told that I would be released.
And while in prison, did you take legal action against the authorities for the torture you had endured?
Yes, I brought a civil case against the minister, who was John Forster at the time, and also against Spagafula. And they basically settled the case the day before it was due to come to court.
I understand that you were initially opposed to that settlement.
Yes, I didn't want money, especially the small amount of money they were prepared to lay out. You know, I wanted this thing to be open in court so that people could hear. But I was told by the lawyers that you can't do that. The offer is made, you need to accept the offer.
According to the TOC report, that was in the sum of 2,000 rand. And in fact, that court case was referred to in Van Wyck's testimony before the 1970 inquest into the death of Imam Haron. And perhaps I'll just paraphrase what Speaker Van Wyck said about your civil claim against him. He claimed that you were just simply hysterical, and that he slapped you but didn't assault you in any way. What's your response to his claim?
The mistake he made was when I first laid the charge, he admitted to it. So he couldn't now unadmit to it, and he had to find a way to explain it. And he said I was hysterical, I jumped onto a table. I'm not sure how he reached me if I was up there, but that he slapped me to calm me down.
We'll look at the reference in the record is in volume A3 at page 116, lines 2 to 13. That's Van Wyck's testimony and cross-examination by Mr. Cooper. Before we close up, Ms. Camp, do you have anything to add, anything to say to the court and the family?
Well, in many ways, I feel as a white Afrikaner that we were collectively responsible for what the majority of people in this country went through, and it was not pleasant. And certainly to the family, I'd like, on behalf of that group of people, to say I'm really sorry that you suffered this.
Thank you so much, Ms. Camp. No further questions? Madam?
Thank you, Council. Okay.
No question about this.
Thank you. Just a few questions by the court. Let's start perhaps on a lighter note. One gets the impression that other people at that time who happened to be white claimed that they did not know what was happening. What would be your comment?
I've never had much any sympathy with that because it was plain for everybody to see what was happening. It wasn't done in secrecy. So I felt that if I could see it, everybody, all the whites could see it.
So those who claim they didn't know chose not to know.
Yeah.
Yes. From your statement, I gather that the banging of your head was on a concrete floor,
No, I think it was on this wooden floor.
on a wooden floor.
Yeah, I think.
I harbored under the impression, okay, I know you said uncarpeted wooden floor. The solitary confinement, what impact or effect in any way did it have on you?
Well, I think it's terrible. I think it's never left me. You know, I still have it stuck there in my head. Yeah, I think it's a terrible form of punishment. I think it's illegal in the South African criminal system now, and I think it's illegal for a good reason. You know, that people should not be left in solitary confinement.
This anxiety, as you put it, in being in solitary confinement and not knowing what tomorrow brings, did it have any effect on your health? To the best of your recollection?
Well, I can only say that last night I had a very serious episode of anxiety, just at the thought of having to talk about it. You know, it's always there in your head, but you don't often talk about it, and I think the idea of coming here to talk about it doesn't sit easily.
To your recollection, did you have any injuries arising out of your experiences during that time in detention?
No, I mean, apart from bruising, one thing I've never spoken about was that I actually had my bridge of my nose actually cracked. I never spoke about it because it didn't seem very important.
Was it the slap that caused it?
Yeah, it was definitely as a consequence of that.
So, was it the slap from Fundraise that you spoke, or was it from another person? The one that broke
It was
your
from
nose?
Fundraise. That's what your question was.
All right. And any other injuries that you suffered that you can
apart from
recall?
bruising, no.
And where was this bruising to the extent that you
Side
can?
of my head
On the side of you, on your cheek, or where?
yeah, from my eye down by that time, the police had made the concession to send a magistrate round to all detainees once a week to check on them.
Yes.
And this magistrate, whose name I've now forgotten, came round on a Friday and would say, "Are you okay?" And I'd say yes. And then the next Friday he came and my face was bruised from there to there, and he said, "Are you okay?" And I said yes, and it went. And
So-
it was really bizarre.
The magistrate saw the bruising, saw that you are blue in the face, but still said you are okay.
No.
I see. And it is that you say you found bizarre.
And I went,
That I got the impression that you said you got that bizarre.
yeah.
Was it the fact that the magistrate clearly sees that you are bruised, you are blue, but still says you are okay?
Yeah.
I see. Thank you. Any questions around the questions by the court?
My Lord, just one short follow-up question. During that period, particularly following that vicious assault against you, aside from the magistrate, did you ever see a district surgeon? A doctor?
Not as far as I recall.
No further vision.
Thank you, Counsel.
Nothing, my lord.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Perhaps just one question before you go. It's something that I noted but that escaped my mind. I got the impression that you were conveying something to the court when you mentioned that you are a white Afrikaner, correct? How did people in your community, the Afrikaners and otherwise, relate to you on your beliefs or on your activities?
I can't think of any. There may be one or two, I can't think of any.
I see. Thank you. Do you have any questions around that?
Thank you.
Thank you.
None, my lord.
Thank you. Counsel.
And look, we do have another witness for this morning. That's Shirley Gunn. And I believe that the court will call her shortly.
Please take the full names for the report. Please take the full names for the report.
Shirley Winnie Gunn.
Do you swear that the evidence of the people will be taken to the full and written by the court?
Yes.
Please raise your right hand and so shall it be court. Please so help me God.
So help you God.
Thank you, ma'am.
You don't need to bend every time you speak. As long as you speak up, there's no need for you to bend towards the microphone. As long as you speak up, it will be okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome to proceed.
as the court pleases. With the leave of the court, Lord, we'd like to hand up Ms. Gunn's affidavit. It's marked F16. As the court pleases. Ms. Gunn, thank you so much for taking the time to be with us today. As with the other similar fact witnesses here before this court, we're also imposing upon you and asking you to relate experiences. We understand painful experiences that you endure at the hands of the security branch. And for that, the family is very grateful. Can I confirm that the statement that you've made out, I believe you have a copy, is your statement which you personally made out?
It is.
Can we begin by dealing with a few of your personal details? When were you born, and where did you go to school?
I was born on the 9th of May 1955, and I am the last of 5 children in my family. The whole lot of us were educated in convent schools, including my brother at St. Aidan's until it closed down because it was a private school and the government was opposed to the private education that private schools gave, and convent schools in particular. And but I carried on from kindergarten to matric at the convent school called Springfield.
And you described your family setting as a middle class family. You have a middle class upbringing. Can you elaborate a little on that?
Yes. Well, I went to a private school firstly. Although I was the 3rd child from the family, and my education was free as long as there were a number of more than 3 siblings in the school. Catholics supported, big families and no contraception, so I had free education until the end of primary school, I believe. My father was a doctor, a medical doctor, a radiologist, and my mother was a nurse, and my family, grandfather, brother, etc., all went into the field of medicine, and so that made us a middle class family. English speaking, and in fact, well, while I say that I went to a convent school, there wasn't much education or religion in the home, because my father was excommunicated from the Catholic Church for divorcing his first wife.
I see.
He got custody of the 3 children, by the way, so that's my family.
Thank you, Ms. Gunn. And can we turn to the beginnings of your political awareness and political activism?
Well, I think it was, I had the privilege of an education that was different from Christian nationalist education, that geared white children in a certain direction on the basis of believing they were superior. And certainly I wasn't given that education at the convent school I went to. It was a pro-poor school. So actually I learned from primary school about very fundamental values, and I embraced them as a child. And in fact, when I left school, it was customary for the principal to write a testimonial about you. Mother Leo was her name. She said, "Shirley shows empathy beyond her years." And I think it's thanks to the education I received.
Just a small point. When you testify, it's to the court, so you can also address his lordship.
I'm so sorry.
You indicate that you met Anis Sali. Could you describe who he is and whether that marked a turning point in your life?
Anis Sali was a journalist when I met him. And so he was reporting in the front line, and I was in the front line as an activist. And I think the first time that he had seen a side of me, an activist side of me, rather radical side, was when we occupied the rent office in Hout Bay Harbour. And he was trapped inside as well. You see, the workers that lived in Hout Bay were seasonal workers. They were fisherfolk. And yet the rent office, run by the Divisional Council, expected everyone to pay rent every single month when there was no fish running and no work. And it was a bitter experience. Besides, the housing was really inferior, and people had paid over and over. So I was involved in the mass democratic struggle, and that's in that context I met Anis. Later I became a trade unionist, and he was a spokesperson for Mwasa, the media workers union. But we, in 1995, formed an MK. We worked in MK together. We formed a unit in MK. We were trained inside the country, and it was in 1985 that I spent my first stint in detention in Paulsmoor prison for 113 days or 12 days, 13 days. Came out at Christmas, went in the winter, and came out in midsummer.
Thank you. Yes, we'll return to that shortly. You indicate that Anis, who you later married, as a child, in fact, knew the Imam.
He did. He did, and so did the Sali family. So they are from Claremont. And so Anis went to the same madrasa where the Imam was a teacher. And I think he says the first moment of real awareness was at the Imam's funeral. He was 13 years old, marching in the stream of people coming down Clifffontaine Road, there at the hospital. The robots just came, people just moved past, the cars had to wait all the way to Mowbray. And being part of that procession with the people and the mournful prayers had just turned him. From that moment, he said to himself, he will avenge the death of the Imam.
Now, if we can return to that period of detention in 1985, you mentioned that you were held in solitary confinement under Section 29 of the Terrorism Act for a period of 112 days, starting on the 28th of August of 1985. 112 days is a long period to be held in solitary confinement. Can you describe to the court that experience and the impact that solitary had on you?
Well, firstly, I want to say that, when you are detained in a prison, there are certain rules in a prison. And there's a certain, when breakfast comes really early, there's exercise in the yard for half an hour, and there's interrogation any time of day. But at double lock at 4 o'clock, there's something that can just drop, because it's seldom that the security police can get through a security of a prison to take out a detainee for interrogation in Caledon Square. So I was often interrogated either in the Major's office of the F section or at Caledon Square. I liked going to Caledon Square because on the way I could see the news bills on the street. And in 1985, that was the time of the state of emergency, and I could see that the security police were totally overrun, overwrought, exhausted, because the prison was filling up. And so that gave me a reason to understand the conditions around me, because I was held in complete and utter solitary confinement. The entire F section was empty. I was on one side, and Mildred Lucia was on the other side. I only knew it was her because through a security policewoman that it was her, but I could see her underwear on the line every day. So every time I saw her underwear, it was a comfort that she was still there within earshot. And then the line was empty, and I knew in this section I was utterly alone. So that was a turning point. It was also a turning point when I was told to pack up, and this was the time of the state of emergency, told to pack up, and I didn't know what was cooking. And then they led me into down the corridors to the hospital section, and I was locked up in another section which didn't have any sunlight. It didn't have any access to the sun. It had a dirty grid up there that if you stood on the locker, you could see out over the roof of the tunnel. It was a very dark place. It was not a good place for a hospital if you want to heal. And that was also quite nerve-wracking, being in this section, further away from an outside light. And I didn't know until I put the two and two together. So, solitary confinement is a torture in itself. And when the inspector of detainees, as well as the district surgeon, came to me and asked if I'd been tortured, I told him, stop asking stupid questions, because solitary confinement is torture. And so you've got to keep yourself sane. You've got to work out what you're going to say to the security police, because yes, you are concealing evidence. You are concealing. That's what you have to do when you're detained. You have to shut up. You have to keep quiet. And you have to, in fact, what I taught myself from early on in 1985, which I taught myself that, in fact, my exercise is to really get to know what they do know. So they wanted to know what I knew, but I wanted to know what they know. Because they trick you into, they present things. Oh, so-and-so said this. But it's a trick. And they don't have any evidence. So that was my exercise to overcome this lack of information, and give me the power to make the most of the situation and turn the tables on them, actually. It was the way I coped.
I suspect you extracted quite a bit of information out of this If you could turn to your anti-apartheid work thereafter, you indicate in your statement that you did hold a senior position within controversies within South Africa, and that you also received training abroad. Can you just briefly just describe those yours?
Yes. Well, maybe I didn't adequately say the impact of isolation, but I'll come back to it because I was isolated a second time. And one of the real consequences is a difficulty in sleeping. You can't sleep. You've got no distinction between light and day. The lights are on day and night. There's nothing that shuts down. Your mind is going on. So that the sleeplessness is insomnia, whether they induce it or not, it was very difficult to sleep. But after I was released, I went back and worked in the trade union movement, and I left. I was being harassed by the security police. I left the country in 1986, and I was sent straight from Botswana to Zambia to Angola to Cuba, where I was given specialist training. On my return to Angola, I was given an underground crash course, and then I returned back into the country. So I had a mentality that I'm not in exile, I'm in transit, I'm going home. In Cuba, I was trained in military intelligence, and I thank the Cubans for saving my life, actually. I used a lot of what I learned in the field. And in fact, because I was fresh out of prison and the grips of the security police, I could teach them a lot about the methods of the South African security police. So we had it was a very good relationship that I built up. A wonderful experience.
So
In Angola, I learned firearms engineering, MCW, that's military combat work, politics, mostly. And then I was equipped to return home as an operative. And I then linked up with Anis, and the two of us headed up the Ashley Creel detachment, and we took it from there.
And this detachment, can you just explain what it was and what it did?
Well, Ronnie Castells 2 weeks ago at the Baxter Theatre was speaking about the play that he wrote and has been put on called The Unlikely Secret Agent. And he, in this Q&A, has said that that our detachment was probably one of the most successful in the country because we bombed. We bombed the courts. Actually, I never bombed this court, but we did the municipal courts, and also, the French Bank near Parliament, and the castle, which was the headquarters of the SADF at the time. They were running around with their Caspers and terrorizing people in their communities. It was a headquarters, and railway lines, police stations, you name it.
Ms. Campbell, you say in your statement that the year 1989 was a particularly testing year for you. Can you indicate and recall why that was?
Yes, because I was preparing for the birth of my first child. Now, I wasn't able to go to hospitals, but I knew it was the pregnancy was confirmed quite early on. I went into Victoria Hospital as Sharon Hendrickser, and I was pregnant. So the baby was to be born sometime in February. That's as much as I knew. And in January the 8th of 1989, the year that the child was born, my son, I was staying in a stable on the property of Richard Rosenthal down Pear Lane in Constantia. Who would know that we were there? And the cannabis trees, the helicopters could fly past, and you didn't have to budge. You could just sit and relax with your sun hat in the garden. Nobody would think that we were there. Right? It was a very secure place. And the television was on, and Adrian Vlok and Johan van der Merwe were at a press conference, and they accused me for bombing Godse house in Johannesburg and for bombing the Kanye House, the headquarters of the trade union movement in Johannesburg, carrying 40 kilograms into the basement, and it went off prematurely. Actually, I'm a pro, so that really didn't go down with me. It was a faulty accident, apparently. Somebody went in there and blew up this place, and I was framed. My photograph that was taken by the police in Pollsmoor in 1985, they came in one day, they said, stand against the metal door, take off your glasses, snap, and they left. Now, that photograph was used as the identification photograph in the newspapers. I really didn't look like that because I always wear glasses. Very foolish, actually. And it was in the dead of winter, and you know, you're scared. So the look on your face is of one of like that, you know. And so that was the image that was in the paper, all over, flooded, that this woman is responsible for the bombing of Khotsa House and the injury of people there, and also Kanye House, no injuries. So I could do nothing. I'm about to give birth. We have to evacuate this place immediately. It was a difficult time because we were staying then from place to place until finally, after the birth, we settled in the northern suburbs, and there was a little bit of breathing space. But that was what made 1989 so nerve-wracking. It was that I was framed for something I did not do.
Mm-hmm. And not only that, in the framing, they wanted to cast you as a traitor to the cause.
Yes, exactly. I mean, the churches and the trade union movement, it would only be somebody who was, a traitor would bomb that. So it must have been them, in our eyes, it must have been them. But you know, the public is gullible. It's quite strange how people can believe what they read. And look at the journalists here. Because it would be years later, somebody behind the till the checkers would say, oh, but did you bomb Khotsa House? Because they believed what they read in the papers. And I was not the one who bombed Khotsa House. In fact, Adrian Flock and 13 men were responsible for that. They went to the Amnesty Committee and confessed, and they got amnesty for that. Story.
So, we can turn to the birth of your son on the 21st of February 1989. Can you indicate to the court the significance of the name you bestowed on your son?
Yes. So we tried, Anis and I, on our own, thinking what we're going to call the baby. And in fact, it was me who came up with Haron. Not Abdullah, but Haron. So, and we called him Tim, short for Timol. We didn't give him his name immediately. It was only when I was captured, a year later, when Haron was 15, 16 months, that I announced what his name was. And that was when Haron said, oh, Haron. Okay. That's my name, not Tim, not Timmy, Haron. After Imam Haron.
My Lord, as a matter of interest, the models that have featured prominently in this inquest were in fact constructed and prepared by Haron Gonzalez, who's also a renowned artist based here in Cape Town. He did so under the guidance of Dr. Nadia, and we have been able to use those models to great effect in this inquest. If we can turn to mid-1990, you indicate that you were in need of some recuperation. What steps did you take to try and recover?
Well, you see, you know, the armies are notoriously male-dominated, aren't they? So it was very tiring that I didn't have any a very close woman next to me that I could consult or talk to, and so that was also quite tough. But vigilance is so high that now if I ask the court, what do you do if you are trying to listen to something very, very far away? What is the first thing you do? Just think about it, close your eyes, think about it. You stop breathing because you're listening so hard. And I wasn't breathing properly. And even when I breastfed, sometimes I realized that Haron was also not breathing. And I would just say, breathe, you know, when I realized. It was exhausting because of I could say we were battle worn as well. We had been in the field for a long time. And that was exhausting. And the ANC was unbanned, for God's sake. People were returning from exile, and Nelson Mandela was out from February, yet we are still in the underground. And I was tired. So we sort of organized this and drive to Victoria West, a God-forsaken farm that was advertised as a child-friendly farm with animals that children would feed them, blah, blah. So that is where we went on holiday with my mum, a nurse, and my sister, a mother of 3 boys. And this would be the first time that they met in Haron.
And it turns out, Ms. Gunn, that was the venue of yet another arrest. Can you indicate how that happened?
Ooh. Well, when we arrived at this farm on a dirt road, really remote, and I'm realizing actually there's one road into this farm. I've been trained in intelligence. There's no exit. There's only one road. Come in here, get to the front door, and the receptionist says there, oh, there's been a change with your booking. With my bag in my hand, I walked straight to that room at the end of the corridor, and I threw the door open, and in that room were a bunch of men. Your imagination does exaggerate, but I would say at least 14 in this room. I really don't know if that's accurate. They were drinking beer, there was a fire going, they were laughing their heads off, and when I opened the door, there was dead silence. So I had caught them in the act. These are the people that... And I thought, oh my God. Now I can't exit this building. I can't leave anyone out of my sight. I can't leave anyone out of my sight because they're up to something here. And they were up to something. They were not there to arrest me. They were there to kill me.
So, perhaps take the story further.
So, I monitored them for the next few days, and they were everywhere. They scattered themselves in the dining room. They were at every vantage point. They were up on the hill at the back, the little poppy there. They were. I sighted them. These men. There were cars in the parking lot. 1990, and I remember that day because it's one day before International Day in Solidarity with Torture Survivors. On the 25th of June, I was arrested by the contingent of men in that place. But I tell you what happened. My sister was nagging me. She said, come on, we're going for a walk. You don't want to leave this place. This is what the damage underground has done to you. Come on. And I gave in. And we went for a little stroll, and we were going on a path, and I had a sense that we were being followed. And I turned around, and there were 5 men in a row following us. And I picked up Haron and I walked straight through them and went straight into the farmhouse, and that's when I was finally arrested, within minutes of that incident. That was their last moment of actually taking me out. I went back to Victoria West because they've got an Apollo Theatre. They've got a film, and I've made films in my day. And we had a film screening. So I went to the farm to do some research, and I spoke to the cook and I spoke to some of the workers. They were very scared to speak, but the cook said he was very, very upset because these police were digging up his vegetable garden right next to where I was, and the others were going out in their bucky and they were digging a big hole on the other side out of sight. So that was my confirmation. There were no women among this contingent, and if they were executing an arrest, they would have had to have a woman. There were only men. And then finally, when I was in the car, being put in a car, all the boots were open and there wasn't a single space because they had these metal caches in the boots filled with arms. They were there for a shootout. They probably buried arms in the property so that they could cook up the story that I was armed. They probably put AK-47s in the cook's vegetable garden, for example. And then, so there was a whole thing about where we could put our bag, and we were driven to the police station at Victoria West, and they were there for about 2 hours getting fresh orders, because their order was not to take me alive. They came back to the car 2 hours later, they were totally demoralized, they flew home, and then they dropped us at the Milnerton police station, and the guy said, no, we're not equipped to take this woman and this child. And they said, oh, don't worry, only for a few hours, we're fetching her at 7. It was already past midnight. So that's where I was, first night, Milnerton police station, and the next day they booked us in at the Wynberg police station. Now the Wynberg police station is one of those, and police stations in general, let me make a comment about this. If you're detained in a police station, the security police have carte blanche over that place. They can come whenever they like, day or night, but not so in a prison. So when you're in a police station, you are nervous 24/7. And that's where we were. Wynberg police cells, horrible, disgusting holding cells, not fit for detainees.
You mentioned that from Wynberg you were taken to a building somewhere in the foreshore of Cape Town, where every day you were interrogated the whole day by members of the security branch. Can you give an indication of your experiences under interrogation at that building, which you think is called Kulenborg?
Yes, it was Kulenborg, and the railway police headquarters on the foreshore. Quite a unlike Caledon Square, because there are lots of officers at different levels, and there are the courts on the one side, and there's traffic around there, on foot traffic, and you can scream, you might be heard, but at Kulenborg, God, you would not be heard if you screamed at the top of your voice. It was really tucked out of town, on the foreshore, surrounded by nothing but building, vacant place. And a big car park with maybe 1 or 2 cars, the cars of your interrogators. It wasn't like it was a hub of activity where I could scream for help. It was an isolated place, scary as all hell.
And you mentioned that you were subjected to psychological torture, and various threats were made against you. Can you elaborate on those?
Yes. I was told that I had to cooperate. I'd be sitting behind bars for the rest of my life if I didn't cooperate. Now I must cooperate. answer the questions, answer them straight. And I didn't. And eventually, what happened was they brought in 2 senior social workers with a warrant for baby Haron's arrest. And then I looked at this and I said, well, I know the Child Act. I've studied social work at UCT. Where did you get your degree? Free State was the answer. And then I said, well, you can't take this child. You can't abduct this child on the basis of this warrant. What has he done? And then eventually they yanked him out of my hands and they said, no good talking. And they walked out of the place with Haron crying, reaching out for me, be helpless behind a grid, watching this abduction. And then what they did, they said that if I listened carefully at night at the Wynberg police cells, I could hear him crying. So then later I thought about Tenterton as a place of safety for children, and they put him in a place of safety in Tenterton and Wynberg. And then that was confirmed. And what they did is they taped his voice crying for me and calling for me, and then they'll bring that to me and say, you are a terrible person. You are a terrible mother that you can put your baby through this. Cooperate, he'll be returned. Tell us who you work with. Tell us everything, and then you go. And of course that was not going to happen, but you've got this dreadful scenario of that you're putting a baby through something as terrible as this. But a happy story. Judge Desire, who worked, I think, in one of these courts here, he was not a judge then, and Essa Musa rallied around, and they got affidavits from the Red Cross Children's Hospital about what separation could do under these circumstances, and the court returned the baby to me in prison. My mother was a fantastic witness in that case, because she's a trained nurse, as I said, and she had to say, I will not take baby Haron. Baby Haron must go to his mother in the Wynberg police cells. Now, what a horrible choice. But she did that for us and for the struggle. So Haron was returned, and also Desai then said, stop this crap about dreadful conditions. Find a better place to put them. So they put us in Caledon Vrouwensgevangenis, achter die Bult, on the other side of the mountain. So it was a long ride to get to interrogate us at this prison. But at a prison, that, as I said, is a margin of relief, because the security police do not have control over correctional services like they do police stations. Quite significant.
And returning to your interrogation, did they threaten to bring in a particular policeman to encourage you to talk and disclose?
Yeah, their trump card. You know, the poster of evil, Spyker van Wyk. He was going to be the person that was going to knock sense into me to cooperate. And they were going to bring him in, and if you don't talk, he's going to deal with you. You know what he's done. You know what he's done to other people like Imam Haron. And here you have Haron. We're going to bring him in. And so, while Haron was gone, in that 8 days, they brought him in. But there was something that when I looked at this pathetic man, honestly, this poster of evil, and I looked at this pathetic man, and I was trying to calculate his age. Well, now I know he was 62. But I was trying to calculate he had jet black hair. So he probably was put in a nice suit, blackened hair to make nice and fresh and strong, and he was going to bully me. But I could see through it. And he said, I must go cooperate and answer the questions, and and that was it. It was a little bit like a damn squib, honestly, at that point in his life.
In fact, the date of his death was the 6th of October 1990, for another 64 days before you were ultimately released without charge. Although there was one other incident that took place in your prison cell, where you mentioned in your statement that you actually woke up and there was a man in your cell.
Yes.
What happened there?
Well, you see, one of the things that I learned from the Cubans is that you don't do anything repetitively. And lunch in a prison is quite early, it's 11, 12 o'clock. You know, I've got a little infant, so it's time to nap, and I napped with him. And I more than napped, I fell asleep. And I didn't usually do that. I don't think I slept very much, because all the time I'm realizing that this was not their plan to take me alive, and they're not done with me. So on this particular occasion, it was when the major of the prison, Caledon Thrones Confiners, he was always off on a certain day, and on that day, I found a white man, an elderly white man, because he had white hair, white skin, white, and he looked like a ghost in my half sleep. There he was standing next to this, like a hospital cabinet next to the bed, and on that was milk from a farm nearby in Caledon, and water. And when I said, what are you doing here? He put his hands behind his back and he scurried out like this, out through the door, out through the hospital section, into the yard, out, gone. Well, later, because I have gone to the end of the world to find out who this man was, I got the book, the registration book at that prison, and there was no entry on that day by anyone. He didn't sign in and he didn't sign out. So it was maybe an inside job.
So, Ms. Go, sorry, carry on.
But another thing, I want to make a parallel between the enemy and the enemy. So now, when Haron was returned to me, his eyes were sunken in his head. He hadn't been eating. According to the psychologist's report, he was pointing to the door and saying, "Mama, mama." And the psychologist at this place tended and said, "He's not right in the head." And then when he was returned to me, the day after, he fell very, very, very ill. He had chronic diarrhea and he was vomiting. He was disappearing in front of my eyes. And the bell in my cell, I was in the hospital section of this prison. I think everyone here knows this, what it looks like. There should be a bell. If there's an emergency in the hospital section, you should be able to call a warder that is sitting at reception. The bell didn't work. It was stormy time at that time of the year. Even if I stood on that locker and yelled out the grid window, nobody heard me because it was howling outside. So I was absolutely distraught. Eventually the district surgeon came in on the Monday and he said, "Oh, there's nothing wrong with Haron, he's just got diarrhea and vomiting. There's something wrong with you." And I thought, I don't trust you. No matter what I have wrong with me, you are not the person I'm going to ask to see. So the medical services and the prisons and the police were all complicit, and the social workers.
So,
Before we vote, Council, we should take our
Thank you. You're welcome to proceed.
As a court, please. Ms. Gunn, we are close to the end. We're almost done with your evidence now. Just to recap, we got to the point where you have described the trauma of being separated from your son Haron. You indicated to the court the desperate condition in which your son had been returned to you. You mentioned that after another 64 days, you and Haron were released without any charges being brought against you. As an aside, am I right in saying that your son Haron was one of the youngest, if not the youngest, person to be having held in detention during the apartheid era in the form of post-traumatic?
I felt incredibly raw and incredibly abandoned as well by our movement. So I was on my own. I think adjusting to normal life, having come from the underground, was very hard. Anis and I worked so closely in the underground, but adjusting to normal life was not that easy, and eventually we divorced. And I got a call from a psychotherapist at the trauma center 2 years after the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And this person, Eric Harper, said, "Oh, he is finding out why people don't come to the trauma center having testified to the TRC." So I, a social worker, thought, "Oh, okay, yeah, I can give you some help. I'll guide you. I'll give you some professional opinion on this." And inside, a carved elephant, and inside the elephant was a baby elephant. So it was a mother elephant with a baby inside. And I mean, huge symbolic impact that had. I've still got it. And so I think that the type of trauma that both he and I experienced is called separation anxiety, where you get very anxious unnecessarily when you're out of sight. So that's a condition of the way in which we were tortured. And sometimes when I listen to the testimonies of people who are so brutally tortured, like the Imam, I kind of feel, how can you compare torture when you kicked and brutalized to a pulp? But psychological torture can't be quantified in the same way. I think the security police were very pukbang, because I had Desire, I had Essa, Musa, I had lawyers that had reunited Haron and I, so they were very scared not to lay a finger on us. But how do you quantify in court psychological trauma? How can I convince you, or anybody, that it was...
And just to be clear, pukbang means very scared.
Yes.
Just one small correction for your affidavit, Ms. Gunn. Section 29 of the Terrorism Act, actually should have read Section 29 of the Internal Security Act.
Yes.
Now, before we close up, is there anything that you would like to add, to say to the court, perhaps to the family?
Well, I want to thank the family for, I want to thank you for your endurance, for carrying this pain for over 50 years, for pursuing the truth, never giving up. And Mahalema is not here. Other family members aren't here. Speaker van Wyk is long gone. Others that brutalized him are long gone. But I do hope that you will see justice. I do hope that that this has not been in vain. And I salute you for your courage. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Brown. No further questions?
Thank you, Council.
Is that it?
Just a minute, ma'am. During your interrogation, I get a sense that the better part of the adverse part was psychological. What physical did you come across, if any?
Well, you see, if you are a breastfeeding mother and you have your child ripped out of your arms and abducted, you're going to have what is called engorged breasts. And when in my fury at that moment, I announced that I was going to go on hunger strike. And then I realized in the cold cell at Weinberg police cells, I thought, what an idiot. How am I why should I jeopardize my flow of milk for these cops when I should rather just hang on for Haron's return? So I hoped for that. I didn't know what was going on. I was in complete isolation. But so it was a painful period in the bitter cold of expressing milk. And that's a physical torture, actually, that they might have known I was going through and just thought, get on with it. But they never lifted a finger. Like when I was taken from Weinberg police cells to Caledon Vrouwens gevangenis, via Strandfontein, that's Circle, Sunrise Circle, and then down past Monwapis, you know that road? So they were driving really fast, and I was cuffed. Haron's just returned to me. He's not well. And they were throwing us around this car. That's not torture in the same way as being physically beaten, but they were terrorizing us and me. So yes, you're quite right. I was not physically beaten, but I went through physical hell. And psychological hell.
And I see in your paragraph 22, you touch a little bit on Speaker's nickname.
Strangely enough, Judge, I had written, in my first draft, I had written that his nickname, Speaker, which means nail. If somebody is hard as a nail, that's enough to say the type of character he was. But apparently, he had driven nails under people's fingernails, and that's where his nickname came from. So I corrected my statement from hard as nails to a more direct, torturous act that he was known for.
Personally, more or less, when did you start knowing about Speaker and his infamous deeds?
When did I?
When did you learn for the first time about
Oh my word, he was notorious. Oh, we knew about Arbels, we knew about Speaker, we knew about all the worst of the worst, and they're all bad. I agree with Gabu, they were all bad. There wasn't good and bad. So they were really known, infamous for the way in which they tortured people, and brutally. So there were a number of security policemen in the Western Cape that had a very bad reputation, and he was infamous, and it was almost like their trophy. You have to acknowledge their brutality and fear their brutality and crack, because they will crack you.
I'm asking because I listened to testimony of a policeman who was in the police force contemporaneous with the detention of the Imam. And the impression that he left me with was that he knew nothing about Spyker and his infamous deeds.
Do you want me to comment on that?
Please, if you may.
I think you call it amnesia. I think it's a lack of recall. I think it's suppression of consciousness and of fact that some of the cops cannot acknowledge. It was a fact. It was a known fact. He was in the force. This man didn't have his head in the sand. He had full hearing and eyesight. He must have known.
Thank you. Any questions? Questions by the court?
Nothing to question.
Thank you. Counsel.
None removed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Counsel.
'72, prepared by our attorneys at Webber Wenzel. And just to save the effort of coming back, because there are in fact 4 exhibits, I'll take the Lordship through all of them. My Lord, just to say we've styled it as a provisional chronology because we expect to provide a final chronology with our closing arguments. The next exhibit we wish to hand up is in fact the affidavit of Fatima Haron Massoud, which was only signed and attested at lunchtime today. And we marked that affidavit F18. The next exhibit is an affidavit by Khalid Shamis. Khalid Shamis is in fact the son of Shamila Shamis, who testified before this honourable court. She is the daughter, of course, of the late Imam Haron, and the Imam was the paternal grandfather of Khalid. Khalid is a filmmaker, and he came into possession of some interesting photographs of the late Imam from the 1950s and the 1960s, which depicts the late Imam in his mosque and in his setting as a family man and a man of the community. And we thought it would be helpful for your Lordship to see these photographs, pre-detention photographs of the Imam. And we're grateful to Khalid Shamis for bringing these to our attention. And my Lord, that affidavit is marked F19. And then finally, my Lord, the family has prepared a minute of the inspection in loco. And apologies that it's coming to your Lordship quite late in the day. We've attempted to be detailed as possible, including adding some photographs which we think will help the court. So with your Lordship's leave, I'd like to hand up these 4 exhibits.
Thank you. Counsel?
No question. Thank you.
so receive the receipt. Thank you, Council.
As the court pleases, with the leave of the court, we'd like to call to the stand Fatima Haron. Musat.
Please state the full name for the record.
My name is Fatima Haron Masud.
You swear that the evidence of what you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Please raise your right hand and so shall be good.
So help me God.
Thank you.
Welcome.
As the court pleases, Ms. Haron Masud, we felt it eminently appropriate that you be called as the final witness in these reopened inquest proceedings looking into the death of your late father. We thought it important for this court, before it goes off to deliberate and to reach its ultimate conclusions and findings, to hear the perspectives of a family member. So thank you for taking the difficult decision to prepare an affidavit and to testify before this court this afternoon. Can we begin by asking you to indicate to the court when you were born and to describe your early years, the years leading up to 1969.
Your Lordship, with your permission, I would like to quote in English a verse from the Quran, and it reads as follows: My Rabb, Lord, expand me my breast, make my task easy for me, remove any impediment in my speech so that everyone may understand what I'm about to say.
Thank you. I think that's a most appropriate verse to read before your testimony. And I understand that you have two main objectives this afternoon. One is to reflect on the past 8 odd days that this inquest has been running, how it has impacted you and your family, but then also to talk about your relationship with your dear father and what has transpired since his death back in September of 1969. But perhaps before we return to those important objectives, let's talk a little bit about your early life. When were you born?
I was born on the 30th of September of 1969 at my father's incarceration. I was 6 years old at my father's death. I was still 6 years old, and I turned 7 just the day after he was buried. So, Your Lordship, I stand in a very difficult position in the family tree because I'm the youngest and my knowledge of my father was minimal compared to that of my siblings and my older family members. So my narrative could be slightly different in terms of my journey into the life of my father, understanding who he was. But my journey ended, I think, on the day of his arrest, my father's arrest. But my journey started with my mother, besides her giving birth to me, on the 27th of September of 1969. I remember the Saturday morning when there was a bellowing knock, or loud knock on our front door, and I remember my brother Muhammad rushing to the door, and in the next minute he was shouting for my mother. And being 6 years old, you have no idea what is happening around you. And I silently stood beside my mother, and I saw these two burly men, Hannes and Van Wyk. They came to inform my mother about the death of my father. I had no idea at that age the impact that it would have subsequently on my entire life. Soon thereafter, there was people in and out of our home. Through the lenses of a 6-year-old, you have still no knowledge of what the impact again has been happening, what the consequences are of my father's death. I remember clearly when Hannes and Van Wyk informed my mother about his death. I looked up at her from my height, and I saw the shadow of darkness and sadness that overwhelmed her, to a point where I heard her, in her way, shouted and screamed. I can't remember her words, but I remember the sadness and the overwhelmingly distraught on her face. And still I had no answers, because suddenly everything was focused on my mother, and people started coming into our home. And then I find myself, the day of the janazah, the house filled with people. The house, one would say the walls would have cracked with the amount of people that was entering the house. But in my world, I still couldn't understand the concept of the death, what had happened. All I knew was family members and friends picking up this little girl, hugging me and saying, "I'm so sorry," foito, another word to say, sorry, we sad to hear about the death of your dad, but I still had no understanding in terms of what will be facing me. And my mother became ill, and I saw her in her bed, and people surrounding her, and I'm just watching all of this, creating some kind of picture of understanding of what is happening. I remember she always said, "Your sister is in London," so I knew my titi was not present. My brother was, I have no idea where he was on that day, because the house was filled with people. And she was ill, and I know I played with my little cousins, I can't remember who. And everybody used to touch my head and used to come to me, and I remember the day when this body left the house. Somebody picked me up, I don't know who, to go and greet my father in his death. And I remember that moment when I entered the room, and I saw his face. I remember the fair-skinned man. I remember the sadness and the smile. It was both together. And I remember I cupped his face with my hands. I still don't know where my brother was. And then suddenly everything was finished, it was over, it was gone. And soon after that, I found myself with my mother standing next to her outside of our home in Repulse Road. I'm holding her hand, and she said, "Come." But I see all the movement of cars and boxes, and I have no idea what is about to happen. And then I found myself in my grandmother's house, in the one bedroom, and tears flowing out of my mom's eyes. The immense sadness and heartache. I couldn't console her because I had no idea the impact and the historical moment in her life, what she had to endure. And then I saw my mom trying to explain to me that we no longer are going to be living in Repulse Road, that this will be a home for now. And I felt as if I was suddenly from nowhere. My father, he neglected in a way, I felt, in terms of taking the responsibility. But she reminded me to stand by her and be by her side, because she said to me that we are scattered. We were 5 in the family, and now we are 2 because my sister was in England. My brother had to go live with family friends, and then it just was my mom and myself. And she said, we are scattered. I am shattered. She said, I am broken. But life has to go on. I have to make ends meet. And your lordship, many a night, I would hear her quietly crying in bed. Again, a 7-year-old. I have no way of consoling her by taking my little hand and just patting her back. Because we shared a room. Up until the day I got married, we shared a room. But those moments I remember very clearly, because the first thing I saw when we moved to her mother's home, my grandmother, was a sewing machine. That's the first thing I saw. Then I saw boxes and cupboards and clothes, and then we were there. And then suddenly, I saw her driving a Mini. And then she came to tell me she has to go and work because she needs to make ends meet. Those were my early years in terms of my relationship with my mother. I felt safe with her. I felt secure. I knew she was she had a very firm-handed way of managing everything. She was strong-willed. She was feisty in her character. But she would have a first say and she would have a last say. And then I find myself, as years went by, at high school. And then she said to me, I'm going to make sure that I put a roof over our heads. I'm going to make sure I rebuild a house. And I remember she took me to a plot of land at the time in Nika Avenue, and she said to me, would you like to live here? I said yes, because it's nearer the high school I will be attending, and that is Alexander Sinton High School. And this is how my life with her started, from my father's death, from primary school, and then into high school. And those years, I remember every day when I used to come from school, she would take me with her and take me to the plot of land, and I would see the trenches being dug. She would oversee the builders, she would oversee the bricklayers, she would oversee the painters, she would stand there from a full day's work. She would come and she would say, you meet me there, and I want to see what they're doing. And I used to look at her and I think, what does she know about carpentry and building and painting? But she knew exactly what she wanted. And she was very good in managing money. She would create from a 10 rand into 1,000 rand. She would just, God gave her that gift. She always said to me, I never knew the extent of your dad's political affairs. But one thing I can know is that God is on my side, because your dad made sure that God will take care of me and I shall take care of you. I want my children to be in a home where they're going to feel safe. And that is how I became aware of her personal journey in terms of a mother, a woman of worth, a woman of sustenance, a woman that would stand any kind of injustice that was done against her, but she never gave up. I often thought, and I would tell her, you never thought of just leaving us and do your own thing and let the family deal with the children, with these children. She said, no, my responsibility was you first. And as time passed by, we found ourselves in the house. In between, I used to see my brother, in between. My sister used to visit ever so often in those early years, because I remember my mom saying, your sister can't visit often because they might arrest her, because they might charge her for being politically active in London and being part of your father's clandestine operations. You know, she said, I don't know much. That is why I didn't want her to come to the funeral in 1969. And I decided she'd rather stay there, complete her studies. But in my life with my mother, although we were 3 children, we basically high school.
Just before we move to your high school period, as further testimony to your mother's strength, you say in your affidavit that one of the many had to teach herself how to drive, and in paragraph 12 you said that eventually she was confidently driving.
And as I said, as a woman of worth, she had a power within herself to maintain her dignity in making sure that she found work, which she did. But on top of that, or over and above that, my lord, when we moved into the house that she built, and may I add, also my lord, she built the house debt-free. She never owed anybody a penny, a single penny. She said, don't make debt. She always told us that was one of the lessons I've learned from her. But one other noble that she will take on students. And she always told me, I'm taking on these students so that I can care for other people's children, as I have great gratitude for the family in London who's taking care of your sister. And she said, I will take care of other people's children to make sure they go through university or college or whatever they came to study in Cape Town for. So again, in my youthful years, my brother also witnessed. We saw doctors leaving our house after 7 years. We saw an engineer, he completed his engineering degree. He got married out of my mother's house. He got engaged out of my mother's house. Then we saw dentists and teachers and nurses walking out through the door as students and walking out the door as intellectuals. And my lord, I must tell you this. I remember this, my mother was very, very firm in making sure I had my chores for the weekend. Brasso and window cleaning and chandelier cleaning, and she would be, on a Friday she'll come home and she'll wash 7 jeans and 12 shirts and t-shirts and underwear, and she will be, and I would say to her, Mom, we want to buy a washing machine. She said, I don't need a washing machine. That's for lazy people. I said, but you don't, you sew, you work to, no, I will. And she will go in that bathroom and she will soak the washing and she will wash the clothes on the line and she will give it a quick iron and she said, there you go. Like the students by Monday morning, they will all have a fresh set of clothes. over and above that, she would be bringing home clothing from the alteration, from the personal dry cleaners. She would, my Lord, God gifted her with an exceptional talent. She would look at you, who are female, and she will make the most. She will look at you without taking measurements, and by the end of the day or the next day, she will have a garment that perfectly fits you like a glove. So my testimony of her, I've learned a lesson from her, and that is hard work will cause you no harm. Hard work will give you dignity. And that is how I came about going to study art and design at the then Peninsula Technicon. And I remember I had to apply for a bursary, and she refused point blank. She said, I will make sure, I'll put you through college. You just make sure you get good marks, you become independent, and you find a job. And that is what my life was. I did what she said. I was inspired by her way of her artwork and creating clothing. And then I did designing. And then that was how my career started. And I completed my diploma under her gaze or her watch. And I remember the last month before I had got the diploma, she gave the last amount of money to the institution, and she said, now, she says to me, you completed, you got a job. I had a job before I got my diploma. What was amazing, she said to me, now you got a job, you work for yourself, but that money you earn, you give me. And diligently, every month, I used to give her my money. Without complaint. Because she was my mother. She took care of me. She put a roof over my head. I couldn't argue with her. She wouldn't allow you to argue with her. And then, my Lord, the day I got married, she took out a wooden box, savings box, a box her father made. And she said, she walloped out all this money, and I looked at her and she said to me, right, that's for your wedding and the rest is for you, and buy yourself a car. So, my honor, you know what, where I find myself today, I find myself standing tall on her shoulder. I find myself being grateful and having the gratitude that I had a mother that could keep us together as a family over and above when we were scattered at the time of my father's death.
Your mother's story is really one of perseverance and courage. I think she stands as a shining example to all of us South Africans. If I can ask you to briefly go back to your high school days, when you started to become more politically aware, and it appears from your statement that you also began a journey of discovery into who your father really was.
Yeah, when I went to Alexander Sinton High School, a high school in the southern suburbs of the Cape that is very well known for its political formulation, student bodies, activism. And that is where, as I learned from grade 8, standard 6, the unpacking of what was happening in our country. When I was younger, my mom, she could only share with me her personal experiences of my dad, who he really was. But I wanted to know, who was my dad? Who was this man, and why was he in prison? And as I got the understanding, being at high school, joining the student bodies, I was at high school during the 1985 state of emergency that was declared in Cape Town at that time. and the rallies that we had to attend to, and this is how I started to slowly learn about, because now the whisperings in the corridors, the students started talking about Imam Haron, and Your Lordship, I always wanted to play a background or take a back seat because I felt inadequate to speak about my father. I felt I never had the knowledge, although at times I asked my brother, help me write a speech, and it was difficult because my brother, on the other hand, now in our late years in our life, I learned about the stark pain and impact that death had on him. So he became cynical in life, and when I wanted to share a platform with me when we do public speaking, when I was asked to engage in public speaking, he would never want to attend, and I would always wonder why, because what I've learned as in high school about my father, I got that time in the 1980s, the book of the late Barney Desai was banned, and I remember somebody bringing it to our home, and my mother wanting to hide this book, and I'm trying to uncover where the book is, and then I, silently at night, I would have a torch under the bed, not under the bed, in the bed, under the blanket, and I would read the book. And she would be very upset with me if I would read the book, because she said she doesn't want me to get involved. But I speak, okay, in terms of why I would think she wouldn't want me to get involved. She probably didn't want me to be arrested, or she wouldn't want to relive what she had lived through with my father's incarceration. But the book helped unpack the ideas and the life and the commitment to the apartheid system. The ideas the book taught me or guided me in my life. The letter writing, the letters from prison, I was in awe. I'm still in awe in terms of how he wrote. At times I used to think, Daddy, why didn't you write me a letter? Then I could hold on to the letter for the rest of my life. But it's not meant to be. But it was the book that encouraged me to persevere, to be able to manage to speak about my father in my quiet way. But as my Lord, as the years went by, I was invited by, in our community, there were many organizations that commemorated my father's death, many, too many to mention. But there was one particular organization I wish to mention, my Lord, with respect. It was Qibla. It was an organization that dealt with activism, that dealt with the issues at hand, what was happening in the community. Why I want to say this, because it's through Qibla that helped me gain the courage to be able to do public speaking. Speak on the platform, speak about my father. And then of course, my father was the editor of Muslim News from 1960 to 1968. And Muslim News subsequently changed the name to Muslim Views. And they used to write articles to commemorate up until this day about the life and the legacy of Imam Abdullah Haron. And this is how I started to channel my ideas, formulate my thoughts, get my guidance not only from my family, friends, but through these institutions. Then, over a period of years, my Lord, the Imam Haron Education Trust was established, which I serve as a member. And the trust, the Education Trust, helps to serve students in desperate communities or underprivileged communities, and we used to give bursaries, but they narrowed down to early childhood development program or projects. So, and then also I used to be part of, because of when the new dispensation came about, the new democracy, the government opened our institutions like community radio broadcasting stations. And then I was also asked to serve on the community radio broadcasting station as a committee member, which I did for a period of 10 years, my lord. So these were part of my journey in terms of my life's lessons. One thing I need to just inform you, Radio 706, when it was established more than 25 years ago, or about 25 years, they established the broadcasting radio under the guidance of the memory and the legacy of Imam Abdullah Haron. So when the radio station was launched, my lord, it was launched during the September month, during that excuse me, my lord, I might have forgotten, about 25 years ago. But during September of 1995 or 97, it was launched. But that is how so my career path, my lord, has changed from being an art and design student, working in a factory as a pattern engineer. I found myself suddenly having to be part of an institution that's going to ask you to be part of putting together a radio station. I had no knowledge. So the entire team, so you had doctors, lawyers, laymen, students, activists, everybody involved in putting together this institution. So this was part of my journey in discovering who my father was.
Thank you so much for those wonderful insights. Just for the record, Your Lordship, the book that Fatima refers to is titled The Killing of the Imam. The authors were Barney Desai and Cardiff Mani. It was published in 1978. While you're talking about the various efforts and steps to commemorate the life of your father, can you also speak about a more recent foundation, the Imam Haron Foundation, that was established towards the end of 2018, and what that foundation strives to do?
My lord, in 2019, and my brother Muhammad and my nephew Khalid Shamis, who is a filmmaker, and in fact, I just want to bring it to your attention, my lord, my nephew Khalid was born in London, and he decided to come and live in South Africa to discover who his grandfather was. And he then documented a film on my father called The Imam and I. So his journey. So in terms of the Imam Haron Foundation, so we decided as a family to commemorate my father's 50 years. So how would we commemorate his 50 years? There is no way, my lord, we can do it on our own as a family. We will need the help, the guidance of the community from all over, be it within the Muslim community and outside of the Muslim community. And the foundation was established on my father's birthday, which was on the 8th of February of 2019. And at the launch of the Imam Haron Foundation, we had a panelist with us. We had Kasim Khan, who was the director. We asked for that period. He's an activist within the community to help be the director so that we can assist us in putting the plans together. Then at this particular launch we had Subaida Jaffer, we had Nikosi Natibika, we had Ahmed Timal's nephew Imtiaz Timal, we had I'm sorry my lord, I don't want to say the names, I might just be not be the spelling not saying correctly, and I don't want to create an injustice on spelling the names correctly. But be that as it may, and then we had to launch, and then the understanding of establishing the Imam Haron Foundation was to bring about social justice under the Imam's name. Again, my brother said it and I'll say it again now. The Imam Haron Foundation was not established to make money. That is not the priority. The foundation is there to establish and serve the memory of Imam. It was always held by the Imam Abdullah Haron Trust, but it was brought over in terms of management. So now in the future, the Imam Haron Foundation will manage all the future lectures on commemorating in that period of his death.
Now, your dear mother passed away on the 29th of September 2019. And as we have impressed upon His Lordship, sadly and regrettably, she passed away before she could see closure in this reopened inquest. You mentioned in a consultation with your legal team the very special circumstances in which your mother passed on. If you feel up to it, would you be willing to share that with this court?
My Lord, so in 2019, she was aging, but she was aging well. And that was the year, the year of the 50th commemoration of our father's death. And my Lord, for us as a family, we were together at the last 2 weeks of September of 2019, which was a rare occasion, especially in September, because my sister is never in Cape Town that time of the year. If she ever visited Cape Town, it would be June, it would be our winter, London, their summer. But this particular year, 2019, I would say it's special. It was special because of the commemoration, the community activities, the community and the broader community coming together in terms of the legacy of my father. But more special, my Lord, we knew it was her last. We had an amazing carer. May God bless her soul. Amazing carer who took care of my mother for a good many years. And because we were busy, my sister, my brother, and myself, we needed a carer to be by her side 24/7, which she was. But on the day, or the day before her death, there was a hive of activities going on at the field where opposite where they used to live, in Repulse Road, and it was just a hive of activities. But that particular evening, the Saturday before the Sunday before she died, we were into the masjid, the mosque where my father was Imam, and there was a spiritual evening of reverence, of remembering my father through dhikr, through song. to explain to you. And I remember coming home that evening after the dhikr or the rendition of the Quran in the mosque, and we went into her bedroom. And I remember it was a very quiet night. And when I walked in, you just get a sense of feeling, but you just don't know when. But for me, my Lord, God was merciful to us as a family. God was merciful that we were together as brother and sisters in one space, in one place, at a particular time. And that night, my Lord, God honestly honored us to be in the presence of her death. And I always say to those that are taking care of the elders and give them the dignity in the death. And as the night passed, my Lord, I'm thinking of the photo of my dad when they found him dead. My mother's body was in the shape of a fetal shape. And we witnessed her body stretching out long because we could see, the soul was leaving. And in her presence, we were reading the Quran, reciting for her. I'm thinking of my father's birth. I'm sorry. This photograph of my father.
Take a sip of water.
It's okay. And when her body went into, from a fetal position, she stretched out. My Lord, my mother had pain, but she never complained. We could see the pain etched in her eyes because the pain was because she had certain bed wounds which we couldn't heal. We tried everything. But even in the death, she never complained. My Lord, I sat by her head. My husband and my brother and my sister were standing at her side. And I remember it was a quiet night then, a very quiet night, because we used to go out of the room when we had to clean up. And then she would, and then I would tell the carer, look at this night, it's like you feel the presence of angels. And my Lord, as we sat by her side and the call of prayer, for the first prayer of the day for Muslims, in the early hours of the morning, it was 7 minutes past 5. And I remember the radio, 7 and 6 was on in the room because my mother always wanted to listen to the radio. And when the call of prayer said, God is great, Allahu Akbar, she took her last breath. And that very moment, I felt wind. But at that very second, I heard outside, like galloping of horses, rumbling of thunder, and then suddenly it started to rain. And I just looked at my sister and I said, did you feel that? She said, no. I thought, did I imagine myself? And then when we looked outside, it was starting to rain. And my Lord, as Muslims, when we learn about death, they usually say, the dead will hear galloping of horses in the, when the person lying there about to leave the earth. And then the person would be questioned, the soul goes to the heavens and it gets questioned. and then it comes back, and then the soul leaves the body. So I will always be humble, my Lord, because the important thing for me is that we were given the honor to be in her presence. For all of my mother's life, she slept alone in her room. After my marriage, she could have died at any time, my Lord, but she died on the very day my father was buried. And she was buried in the very grave of my father on the very same day.
Thank you so much for sharing that experience with us. It really does speak to the dignity of the life of your mother, the dignity in which she held herself in death. If we can turn to this reopened inquest, as I understand what you've set up eloquently in your affidavit, this reopened inquest has also been a journey of discovery for you and your family. Could you indicate to the court why it has been an important experience for you and your family?
My Lordship, all of my life, and at various intervals, whether it be at commemoration or whether it be reading the Muslim views or reading papers, there was always an outcry to the call for justice into the death of Imam Abdullah Haron. My Lord, I stand here today in gratitude for all those that have succumbed to bringing us to this point in finding justice. I thank those that have supported us as a family and us as a nation. My Lord, I just want to say to you now, I stand here also on the shoulders of all the women and all the children and orphans that lost their loved ones in apartheid. I stand here also as a member of the apartheid family victims group. I'm helping to give them a voice, my Lord, because their voice has not been heard. And it's very important, my Lord, that justice, before we find peace, there must be justice, not only for us as a family, but for us as a nation, for the future of this country, so that we standing here today can ensure that there will be dignity for each and every child that's begging on the street, and each and every standing today. I speak on behalf of those children, that today they're not children, they are adults like me. They are grandparents today, my Lord, and they have still not received justice for their loved one. I stand here, my Lord, for Mama Biko, for Mama Kalata.
Thank you. Is it true to say that over the years, following the first inquest, a certain narrative was built up, often resting on misconceptions and myths, initially propagated by the police themselves, that it has taken this reopened inquest to revisit those narratives and expose them for what they are?
My Lord, on Tuesday, when we as a family went to visit the local, known as then, now Cape Town Central Police Stations, I completely shocked to discover that my father allegedly fell from a flight of stairs at the then known as Cullinan Square. I was confused, I was baffled that moment. I tried to put myself back 53 years ago when my father was in prison. Where was he held? You know, we were taken to inspections of the different rooms and the interrogation rooms. But that sense of anger and frustration of not having known what he had endured that 123 days of incarceration. From day of the first day of his incarceration, he was already tortured up until his last moment. We went to the Maitland police station, which we as a family had had the privilege years ago to visit. But that feeling of the unknown, looking at those 4 steps before we went into the courtyard, it's not possible. The narrative always was the Imam fell down a flight of stairs. But we as a family, my Lord, we never believed that. It was impossible if we look at all these bruises on his body. The pathologists unpacked both Dr. Mulefi and Dr. Naidu in terms of the depth of his torture and the severe bruising and the continual bruising and badgering of his body. I asked myself a question, my Lord, the state of mind he had to be in terms of his faith, his Imam. It must have been overwhelmingly strong. His consciousness towards God. I remember the words of my sister when she said, when she testified last Thursday, she said, every cell of our father's body had Imam, had faith. Every cell. Even those wounds had faith. My Lord, we had to have this unpacked, not just for us, and for helping us. Some kind of closure will never bring him back. But it will, this is a kind of inquest we want to see, that no atrocity should ever happen again, although we hear of atrocities still continuing in this very country that we live in, that we call a democracy. It is those wounds that depict my father's pain. The severity of it. So how could he have fallen down a flight of stairs and died? It's impossible, it's ludicrous. But, my Lord, it's the lesson of this inquest that we take back with us as a responsibility towards ourselves, our own children, and the future of South Africa. And we want each and every one to learn the lessons and the outcome of this inquest, that it should be overturned from what the judgment said in 1970, that they are not held responsible for the death of Imam Haron. On all accounts, they should be held responsible for his death. When Mr. Berger testified, how could he not have known, my Lord, that there was apartheid? He's got all the stripes up until her age and he's still benefiting from it. His pension, my Lord. How could they not have known? Was he a walking dead while he was busy in the cell having a good chat with my father? Could he not have known the depth of his pain? I mean, if somebody don't want to share their pain, you're going to sit on their face and their body, isn't it so, my Lord?
can we consider the recommendations that you and the family would like to make to this honourable court? Your brother Muhammad has already made certain recommendations, and I understand that you would like to endorse those recommendations and add a few more. And this is set out under paragraph 33 of your affidavit. Perhaps you could read out those 8 recommendations you would like to make.
My Lord, when my brother gave his testimony last Thursday, he fleshed out the ideas of our father and he stressed the activities that he carried out during his life. In other words, my brother made references to a catalogue of activities that illustrated to what extent our father was committed to achieve social justice within his lifetime. Though this was not to be, it showed that our father had so much faith in God alone that he proved his willingness to set down his life for the greater cause, and this is what he indeed did. Important recommendations, my Lord. Though, forgive me, they are repeated here today. Firstly, that the findings of the first inquest of 1970 was and remains highly problematic and unquestionably inaccurate. Secondly, that the furnished tangible evidence that the Imam fell from the stairs caused his death is not only a pack of legal lies, but they are outrageously absurd. Thirdly, that each of the special branch or security branch members who were involved in our father's death be posthumously or not found guilty of intentional torture and calculated murder. Fourthly, that all the stakeholders such as the judiciary and the medical team be posthumously stripped of their qualifications for having compromised their oaths of honesty since they reached total unacceptable decisions. Fifthly, that their names be listed publicly and they be shamed. In other words, their names should be erased from our memories, be they books or newspapers or any other media. Sixthly, their family pensions be withdrawn forthwith, since whatever they earn be considered unlawful earnings. Seventhly, the circulated report be used as a good example of total inaccuracy. The fresh finding should not just declare it as erroneous report, but an untenable text in the post-apartheid, post-TLC era. Lastly, the High Court should reverse the defective decisions that the incompetent magistrate made and the flawed arguments that the useless medical team presented.
Thank you. Now, before we close up, is there anything that you wish to add or bring to the attention of the court?
Yes, please. My Lord, if I may be allowed to read this. Your Lordship, as I finally conclude, permit me to return to your opening remarks, sir, in which you made reference to a statement of an anonymous friend of your respected self. Using her thoughtful ideas, it was underlined that the wrongs that were done to the Imam must be put right. More importantly, reference was made to one critical concept in the house of Islam, Tawbah, that is repentance or forgiveness. Now, this is an extremely important concept in that any person who has willfully wronged or unconsciously sinned should seriously seek Tawbah. Worded differently, he or she should turn to God Almighty and sincerely request for forgiveness, and then immediately turn away from that wrong deed that was committed. If the person does that sincerely, then God will not only forgive but cause him or her to find the yearned balance. Your Lordship, we, the siblings, want the perpetrators who wrong our communities and families to recognize their wrongdoings and immediately repent. This should be done by asking publicly from the oppressed communities and families for forgiveness, and in this manner, my Lord, families and communities would be able to regain their balance, and through this method they would too fully comprehend the word or the meaning of Ubuntu. My Lord, my siblings and I beseech or rather implore you and whoever will assist you in this process to review the testimonies and statements that were presented at the inquest of Imam Haron. I and my siblings would like you and others help to restore, if not in full, then at least some sort of justice that has been missing for much of our lives. I and my siblings would like to assess the documents carefully so that the 1970 inquest findings be overturned and be rejected, so that this may be a judgment in the interest of all of humanity. My Lord, my siblings and I express a deep sense of gratitude to you and your team for having agreed to see this process through. We look forward to your findings and take it that the facts speak for themselves, that you will judge accordingly. I wish to thank you sincerely for having assisted us to reach the stage in our lives. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Haron. No further questions.
Thank you.
Okay.
I don't have no questions from the state.
Thank you. Ms. Haron, do I understand you correctly to say, no matter what the judgment may say, but from what you have experienced in the last 8 days, it has contributed to your knowledge and understanding of what happened to the Imam? Or do you still think there's something that the court ought to have considered or listened to?
My Lord, there's so much to digest. I must be honest with you. Each day was a day to digest. So it is so difficult for me to give you that answer. But I can give it to you. You know, it might not be that I've digested all of this completely. But for me, this was important that this matter had to be brought, or this inquest had to be held, so that the truth be told. My Lord, I'm very hopeful in terms of all the statements that was presented to you, that you will make a balanced decision based on his death. For me, I can tell you, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a judge, but he was definitely killed by the apartheid system. I'm just a layman. I'm a simple person, like my father was a simple man. But as his daughter, I believe without any doubt that my father.
Thank you. Any questions arising from the questions for the court counsel?
Nothing further.
None, my lord.
Thank you.
Listening is the way forward.
My lord, I do take it that that was the last witness equally for of families that I am anticipating, my Lord, and we possibly be looking at dates for closing arguments.
I see. Ma'am, thank you, Mr. Ben.
Unless I might be missing anything else, my Lord, but I think that's possibly where we will be at this stage. But we do have a day of tomorrow, my Lord, because the matter was set the case until Friday. I'll also be open to your ship as to guidance with the 2 days that we still have for this investment.
All right. So will you be ready in 2 days or a day?
My Lord, from our side, I may say, to your Lordship's directives, we have been in the benefit of receiving daily the running of the record, my Lord.
Yes.
And we have been consistently going through each day as the state. And however, my Lord, I will not be restrictive to say we have to be ready by Friday. But if my Lord wishes us to be ready by Friday, we would be in a position as to deliver those closing Friday, my Lord.
Thank you,
That's
Council.
about this, my Lord.
Lord, with respect to my learned colleague, if we are to do justice to this inquest, to argue on Friday, we would simply not be in position to properly digest all the evidence that has been submitted. We have not been in a position to even begin preparing closing arguments because we have been very busy with leading and cross-examining. There simply hasn't been time to prepare closing at this stage. So unless the state has witnesses that we're not aware of to bring up tomorrow or Friday, as far as I can see it, my Lord, this brings an end to the oral evidence before your Lordship. And it would be a matter of discussing dates for closing argument. And my Lord, from our perspective, given the lateness we are in the year, that this would need to be in the first quarter of next year, with your diary permitting, of course. And my proposal is that between ourselves and the prosecution, we agree on a number of potential dates for argument to present to yourself, and then you can determine according to your diary the most appropriate date for argument. My Lord, typically in the previous inquests, we have set down argument for 2 days. It's possible that we might be done in 1 day, but perhaps to play safe, we would need to find perhaps 1.5 to 2 days for argument.
I think maybe 1.5 days may be appropriate. Maybe to be on the safer side, 2 days. Because remember, there's quite a number of witnesses that have testified. In some respects, one has been referred to some reports and some books. One needs to do justice to that, because I suppose that those who brought these documents to my attention did so with the intention to help me, and I can't ignore that. I think for now what we can do is perhaps look at a date in the next term when the parties will be ready to come and argue. And as to how you exchange your arguments as to when and how, I can ably leave it for yourselves, unless you want me to intervene there. But I think you'll be able to deal with it, so that we know that when we come back and converge, it will be for purpose of argument.
As the court pleases, we will, as the court directs, confer with our learned colleagues, and then return to you with proposed directions,
Yes.
and a proposed set of possible dates.
That seems to be in order. Do you have any comment that you?
My Lord, I am indebted to your Lordship, and I would then, under the circumstances, my Lord, and then concede, and then we have to look at the next year first term, which, by the way, I see, my Lord, begin from the 16th of January to 26 March.
We can do it. Look, the first week of term in the preliminary appeals. So the first week is out. From the second week onwards, then you can look at the date. Then once it has been confirmed, we'll communicate it upon. So at this point in time, I'm not going to announce a date. I'll just postpone the matter without a date, on the understanding that the parties would, in the meantime, prepare their heads of arguments and exchange them, and whoever wants to do a reply, if needs be, do so. And then once you have settled that, then you contact my registrar in regard to the date of set down. And then we have the matter set down for 2 days for argument. And we'll take it from there.
As the court please.
As God please, my Lord.
Thank you. I think the pronouncement will stand as follows, and especially to the Imam's family. What happens is, once the court has completed listening to evidence, then counsel have an opportunity to address me in relation to their views, inputs, insight, and the law that I should apply, and the outcomes that I should arrive at. We call that heads of arguments. So that is the next step that should happen, because we have now concluded the hearing of evidence. So, which means the counsels are satisfied to say everything that I had to know, whether it was on paper. Who love Latin say it's a sine die postponement. All right. So we postpone it without a date. Counsel will prepare their heads of arguments, and before they come before me, each one of them should know what the other is going to be saying. And I will also hopefully receive the heads of arguments to see them before time. It is always helpful if that happens, so that they persuade me to the findings that each one of them, or both of them collectively, say that evidence is pointing towards. And we will take it from there. And once that phase has been completed, the last phase then will be my judgment. Right. So that's how the things are going to flow. Now, Advocate Vani was drawing my attention to the fact that we have less than 3 weeks or so before the festive period starts. There's a lot of work that still has to be done by both counsel, in that all these files and everything that I've listened to must be summarized by them to be a concise point, so that I don't spend 3 weeks delivering the judgment. All right. So once they have argued, then I'll be in a position to consider their arguments, and then we'll take it from there in relation to my judgment. If they don't surprise me, the judgment may take a shorter period. If they come with surprises and things that I may not have considered, and they are driving me towards it, maybe that I'll need to revisit what I have read to understand it the way they persuade me to understand it, and only then will I deliver my judgment. So that's going to be the way forward from today. I hope you understand. Thank you. The court agents.
Now, I got a bursary from Imam Haron Foundation.
Wow!
Yeah, in my last year. I just I forgot about it.